Today is mini ego feature location day, so I don't know that we're gonna do a super long stream. Because we mostly have to play Storm and Scarlet Witch decks. I don't know that I have a ton of those that I'm interested in checking out, but we're play for a little while. Please show that we're here. William Wilson, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. And Kitty Cat Paws, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you ripping that Prime this way. So, this deck is titled in my editor, Is This Bugged? Because I think there's a small chance this interaction is bugged. And I asked for clarification on the Discord server last night, but the Snap devs have ignored my question. So I wasn't going to feature this deck if it's potentially bug abusing, but I tried to do my due diligence and find out if it's a bug, and if they would have told me it's bugged, I wasn't going to feature it, but they haven't said shit, so we're gonna play it today, I guess. The bug that I'm pretty sure is bugged is Kitty Pryde doesn't get impacted by wave. So you can wave on 4 plus Kitty Pryde, and then you could Odin plus Kitty Pryde on 5, the wave again, and then you could Kitty Pryde press another on the next one. Yeah, Kitty Pryde currently isn't getting impacted by any. No, I'm pretty sure it's bugged because wave impacts cards that you draw next turn and other things like that too. I don't know. It doesn't feel right, but this is where I'm at.
This just in.
To the people telling me it makes sense, you don't understand how every other interaction works with wave. So, I trust me when I tell you that it doesn't make sense when you consider how literally every other wave interaction works. Currently, Kitty Pryde is not working, like I said, with any cost modifications. Yeah, collectors not triggering. There's something weird about how it's counting what's in your hand or not, basically, is like the TLDR. Am I playing Storm out? I can't decide. Probably in the Quantum Tunnel. Oh, they get to Widow's Bite before I do.
Wind, aid
LOL.
my hand. Wind, aid my hand.
So, Miles Morales and Stature beating Wave at least has some semblance of consistency and reasonable, because it always has some semblance of reasonable because Miles Morales and Stature are cost-setting cards. Nothing on Kitty's card sets her power to anything in particular. So it's at least logically consistent and reasonable that Miles and Stature beat Wave because they're another cost-setting thing. Why does Twitch always have background music problems? It's an encoding issue, Mr. Dolphin. And for whatever reason, however it's encoding, music and game audio have an issue, but like voices that translate don't. I really like the people that just come in here and try and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about as I explain the inconsistencies with other things and how they're different. Like it's just incredible. Please come in here and tell me who, like, playing the game is literally my job, and like I make an effort to understand all the interactions and I'm explaining how it's inconsistent and different. You're just like, nah, you're wrong, bro. Saint Lovejoy, thank you for the 5 sub gifts. It's very generous of you. Good morning, good morning. Morning, Katie. Yes, that would... as someone who... If you ask me, Jeff, from a programming standpoint, what's going on with Kitty here? The fact that the cost doesn't get impacted by wave and she currently doesn't trigger collector, I think nice base stun, bro, would be my expectation. It feels like the system isn't reading Kitty actually going back to your hand, but I guess it also says she only triggers when she goes back to your hand, so it has to be in some way, right? It must not be like fully reading it. Harry pulled Kitty Pryde back to his hand, and she cost 4. That's not been the interaction I've seen on any other content. Yeah, did he pass the turn with her in hand? What we're saying is the way it works is when you pull Kitty back to your hand from the board. We'll get to do it here actually, just to highlight. I don't even know that it's necessarily the right line, but it'll show what I'm talking about. Well, now I'm supposed to do this, right? And I'm gonna make the bad play for the sake of highlighting the bug we're talking about. So you can see here, Widow's Bite wasn't in my hand when wave happened, but yet costs 4. Kitty Pryde, when I pull her back to my hand, costs 1. And only costs me 1 energy to play back out. I can't keep her in hand, it's the last turn. Keeping her in hand doesn't do anything. We actually lose this game to them just playing out what's it called. Hazmat puts us to -1 here, and then we lose here. Obviously, we should have Black Widowed last turn instead of doing this. For the sake of highlighting the bug. And again, this is different than things like Stature and Miles Morales, because Statures and Miles Morales explicitly set their cost. Whereas Kitty Pryde, nothing on this card has anything to do with cost setting. Another thing that interacts similarly with this, if you beast Kitty Pryde back to your hand, you play it out as a 0, and then when you pull it back the following turn, it goes back to 1 in your hand, even though it should be 0 from beast. And again, we know that it should be 0 from beast still, because when you falcon back 0'd beast cards, they stay 0. When you pull Kitty back to your hand and replay her, she is currently not impacted by any cost increasing or cost reducing effects. Oh! Magdars. I hadn't thought about that, but I bet that's exactly it. No. This is exactly it, I bet. Magdar says it's showing us that cards on the table always have their default costs, revealing how they implemented things like Killmonger killing iced boxed 1-drops. that's gotta be it. I never thought about it that way. That's a very astute observation. Green Pretty, thank you for the 27 months. It's gotta be. That's gotta be it. That doesn't explain the collector problem. That's true.
Wind, aid my
Accurate.
hand.
Oh, just a Doctor Doom. Well, that's really good for us. Okay, and they can only play one card here, right? So we pull Kitty back. And then if I Doctor Doom here, this is +7, putting us to 23, which means we're +15 here. And then we're adding a 13 here. I don't know if that's good enough. Oh, Kitty's power hasn't been subtracted yet. Yeah, that's true. So I'm going to 10 here, and then only up to 17. I think I'm gonna play for the middle. Oh, no! We lost the coin flip! Rip. Rip. Beefy Travoli, thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Yeah, the current feature location, it is play Scarlet Witch or Storm Day is basically the TLDR in the feature location. Oh, that's true. Thanos is probably good today. Or just play an Agatha deck. Well, if what's it called is any indication, I'm blanking out here. What's it called is any indication, Ego, Agatha actually loses to things like Karakoa. Would you advise getting Kitty? I would never advise anybody buy any cards other than the permanent Series 6 cards. Series 5 cards over there. Every other card is cheaper if you wait to get it later. Any tips on winning the win all 3 locations quest this thing? I would recommend ignoring that it exists. And having it happen for you incidentally. Guess we technically want to play everything here, right? Because this could end up being, well, shit. I mean, they're all ending up over here anyways, right? Sad level 6 power Darkhawk.
Wind, aid my hand.
Untapped or any similar website have features that gathers cards frequently paired with other cards. I don't know if that's a stat that's tracked, actually. Eve. Get smoked. Read him like a book, chat. Like a book.
Victory.
Man, part of me really wants to play with fire and split this storm again. Because I absolutely despise the green particles on this card. We could get a non-inked, non-gold version though. Is the tough sell. It might make us really sad is the problem, Chad. Yeah, I basically only like green particles on things like Polaris and Doctor Doom. I've got green particles on it. They look good on these cards. But outside of usually they look good on ones that have letters down here. We could also get a better split though. We can get an ink or a gold with Kirby. I wish I had this split on the art I like. This art isn't bad, but I like this one better. Fine. Yeah, blue Kirby's would be the MVP. Yeah, I mostly just don't want to feel like I'm playing a deck that's 11 cards, Duck Doolittle. It's a psychological thing more than anything. Like, you're right that I could add Storm or Witch to anything that we're playing, but... what kind of Kirby's are they? God fucking cursed, chat. Oh, it's so cursed. No gold, no ink, and fucking green Kirby Crackle. I mean, technically the Kirby is on upgrade. It's our second Kirby crackle on her at least. This split's actually not terrible. It's just not one of the two fancy finishes. All right, and we go again. We go again. I agree with the sentiment that the feature locations that you can't interact with to mitigate are the worst ones. Chatla said, I don't know if this is a good line, but I have a serious problem that makes it so I'm obligated to play Black Widow and decoding bats over and over and over again. I mean, splitting a card isn't really about your credit card at all. 1,500 credits you get free to play in like half a week, right? Victory. Getting boosters decidedly takes a lot of time. Chief corned beef. Lemon-Oles, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Good morning, good morning. I think Kitty Pryde has potential to take market share away from Sunspot. Maybe. I think there's probably a chance that decks that want one want both. I definitely feel like she has potential to be like one of the new premier one drops of the game, just because of how she allows you to fill your curve. Marvel Snap's a game that tends to have a good amount of unused energy turn to turn for both players. So like getting some value out of that unused energy goes a long way. Does Bouncing Kitty count as playing a card? If only if you put her back out. Will High Evolutionary be a permanent Series 5 card? We don't know the answer to that question. They didn't tell us Kang was going to be a permanent Series 5 card until around the time he released. I don't know. I had a video talking about this the other day, but I really hope that them constantly adding new Series 5 cards is not going to be a thing that they intend to do. I think perpetually Series 5 cards are really bad for the game, and I hope that they reconsider them in general, and at a minimum, I really hope they aren't things that we're adding all of the time. 5 across, thanks for the quarter of a year, welcome back. Wow, fucking rude. Kind of a coin flip. Marvel is stuck in there with Charles. Charles and Carol are having a fight. It's better to wave last turn, maybe? I wanted Captain Marvel to be able to play around to the board, but perhaps you're right. Close. She even animates when she moves around but can't leave. That's gotta be a low priority bug, but I really hope they fix it. It's fine. kinda eye rolling. I don't know. I feel like I can't really play any of the Kitty Pryde decks I want to play today. I guess we could play the Sarah deck with Scarlet Witch, but I basically can't play anything other than Scarlet Witch and Storm decks today, which is annoying. Hey, Vita Deed. Congrats on your impending little one. And advice for a first-time father. They're really easy to start off, and then the difficulty scales up. And I had literally never held a baby before my oldest was born. They aren't really that complicated until they become mobile. They're more durable than you would think. That's true, you know? If you're playing for keeps, I would snap having Shang-Chi into the Monster Isle here. The card deck indicator is the untapped plugin. You can check them out there. They are the best tracker currently available for Marvel Snap, in my opinion. Yes, when you pull Kitty back to your hand while Elysium is out, she stays 1. To again talk about the state of what's bugged at the moment. Put my massive hawk into the center here. Any tips to prevent backsliding on ranks? Play better.
Wind, aid my hand.
Get good.
Escaped.
Alright, well, even if this deck is bugged, it does not seem very good. Yeah, most of these are decks for tomorrow. I think I had Storm or Witch in any of them. Yep, basically just can't play half of our decks today. Good system. I'm glad that they at least I'm glad that they at least cut them to 24 hours. That way our game's only ruined for half the time period. Death Squad Gaming, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, Emergent TCGs offered me a small pile of money to play their game on stream. I did what I always do to cryptocurrency and NFT related teams and told them to fuck off into the sun with their grift. 10 out of 10, you should snap Kitty Pryde to Shuri's lab. Friday will be a tier list video. Well, and this is the awkward part here, right? Like, am I supposed to get Angela going? Am I supposed to get Kitty Pryde going? Are we supposed to take a second and play Bishop out? I think I just play the Bishop a turn behind and we do this now. We'll play this out and the next turn we'll go Bishop into Kitty. What are my thoughts on the metaverse? I know Folding at Home just posted a big video about that, right? I haven't had time to watch it yet, though. I don't know. I don't know that I have a informed enough take on that to really have an opinion on it. It's just the metaverse generically is just some kind of VR thing, right? Or do I not understand what it is? Bud. We just like actually just get to murder them, right? It's like I know this person has a family, but they're leaving. No, come back. I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. There's a big flourish. I didn't stab you. Give me a cube. One content cube, please. I'll even fist bump you back. No! Victory. Alright, so these would have died. These would have died. We would have technically played out 5 things, so Bishop would have ended up at 9. Angela would have gotten 2 more from the Mysterio, and then Kitty was gonna be 10, 14, 17. So we would have been 9, 14, and 17. Yes, Kitty Pryde getting it. That's actually the big thing. So Kitty Pryde has potential is a very similar card to Sunspot. But the big upside Kitty Pryde has is that typically right now, you have to choose between are you playing Sunspot or are you playing Killmonger? And Kitty Pryde is like, oh, you have this Sunspot adjacent thing and you get to play Killmonger. Untapped does not currently have an active deck plugin. Exclamation point deck will still get you. Wait, does that work? Is that a thing now? I was using Snap.fan, but does Untapped work? Ah! They didn't tell me they got that done. Look at that. I put in a feature request for that. They didn't tell me that they got to it already. It's lovely. I think anybody saying Kitty Pryde is better or worse than Sunspot is being a very typical TCG gamer and trying to draw better or worse comparison between cards that have some similarities, but in reality are just different. Untap's individual match tracking is also being tested currently. I have access to an early copy of it. That looks good so far, though. Hopefully rolled out publicly here soon. Kitty Pryde is strictly... I feel like Daredevil is strictly better than Kitty Pryde. Kitty Pryde is a worse Taco Hulk. That's true. But let's be honest with ourselves. Who's possibly better than Taco Hulk? Oh my god. Damn it, Wanda. Yes, I do need to watch Shang here on the left, which is why I'm gonna play Kitty out over here. They've asked that I currently don't share publicly the individual stats tracker or their tier list because they're still working out some of the kinks on it. They don't feel it's ready for public consumption yet. As I highlighted on my YouTube channel recently, the movement deck is very good, and by the movement deck is very good, I mean I can't beat Leech and Shang-Chi here. And Leech and Shang-Chi are good enough that it's not a random deck, chat. We posted a video with the Leech Shang-Chi movement deck the other day. It's Leech and Shang-Chi are so good they can even make movement playable. Is like the TLDR. They're very fucked up tech cards. I don't know that I consider Shang-Chi a fucked up tech card. I think Shang-Chi is kind of a quintessential, like, reasonable good tech card design. Karakoa made me post this in the right location. God bless. So, like, Leech is a card that I think is offensive to the point where I think it should be redesigned and its text box should change. Shang-Chi probably just shouldn't have 3 power, is my problem with Shang-Chi. So, like, my issues with the cards are very different. Like, Shang-Chi and most of the tech cards should probably have 1 to 2 less stats, in my opinion. But as far as, like, their text boxes go, I think they're in pretty reasonable spots. But, like, Leech sucks shit and should get deleted. I think I need to arrow middle in case they're Galactus, which feels bad. Okay. If there were anything else, I would have wanted to arrow Fist Tower, but it is what it is.
Victory.
Burn Norton, they could have played the Galactus into the tower, and then I wouldn't move anything and it would blow up. It would blow up there. Maybe it's safe to assume they're gonna play on the right. Is this a Hitmonkey deck without Hitmonkey? Yeah, I think this archetype probably wants Hitmonkey. That's a fair assessment. I think once Hitmonkey's in the picture, Burgle, I want to experiment with something similar to this with Bast. That being said, I think Hitmonkey is going to be pretty unplayable on release because of people playing hate cards. Like, I expect the 24 to 48 hours following Hitmonkey's release to be mono, Leech, and Sandman decks, and for the latter to be quite possibly the most toxic it has ever been. My body is fully ready for a 2 to 3 minute supercut the evening Hitmonkey releases, just post games getting sandbanded on turns 4 and 5. Tipsy McStagger, thank you for the third of a year. Okay, but like, if my opponent's playing Galactus, I actually want Caracoa, right? Caracoa is good for me? Yeah, I want Krakoa or Caracoa, however it's pronounced, to drive for the Galactus deck on turn 5 when they have the energy, right? Maybe this location ain't all bad, chat. It makes Galactus suck shit, it's okay by me. It even pulled Kitty Pryde back to my hand. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, that's fucking cheating. I just got cheated by the location, chat. This is unfair. Okay, so we do this, and then if they Galactus here, I have 9 and they have 6, so we win. And if they don't do something else, I have 9 and this is 8 over here, and I'm winning the center as well. This plays for all 3 locations.
Victory.
Oh, by the way, yeah, that's a good one. Thanks for the DM, Bootman, if you're hanging out. I meant to show this one because it was talked about in the subs Discord server. I assumed this was coming because it's one of the most requested features in Marvel Snap. But we do have official second dinner confirmation that customization plans for your card borders are on the table. So, like, no timeline on this, but this is, to my knowledge, this is the first time a second dinner person has directly confirmed that, yeah, they've got something coming for this. And this doesn't surprise me. Like, this has constantly been a user feedback thing that they've gotten a lot. Highly requested feature. But it's nice. It's nice to have a confirmation be like, yes, this is definitely coming. Why is Nova in this deck with no way to blow it up? Look at the deck list again. Is Kitty Pryde worth 6,000 tokens? There is not a single card in Marvel Snap worth 6,000 tokens other than the big bads. Your mileage may vary. Purchase at your own risk. Any favorite Thanos decks? Yeah, the Thanos deck from last season is still good. All right, Wanda. I'm trusting you here. It's gonna be Clintar. Don't put that mojo on me. What did I do to you? Why would you put that energy into the air? Who hurt you? Kang is fun, y'all are crazy. Okay. With a statement like Kang is fun, it seems only reasonable that we tell the booger story again. So one day, I was loading my daughter up into her car seat to take her to daycare. And she was picking her nose. And I said, Haley, stop picking your nose. It's gross. And she looked me dead in the eye and said, but Dad, boogers are yummy. And you know what? Who am I to tell her that her boogers aren't yummy, chat? That's just what she's into. So, if you think Kang is a fun card, I'm not here to tell you that it's not a fun card. But much like I disagree that boogers are yummy, I would disagree with you that it's a fun card. So you do you, and I'll do me, but we can disagree on this important thought process. We need a Kang picking his nose emote. I feel like I just shouldn't even take notes on this deck because there's no way this deck isn't a Hitmonkey deck here in a second, right? I think I'm also going to post a version. This deck's good without Kitty Pryde, by the way, for anybody hanging out at home and you're like, I like the look of this deck, but I'm not spending tokens on Kitty Pryde. This archetype's existed in Marvel Snap for a hot second now. And it is, it's very reasonable even without Kitty. What did I cut for Kitty Pryde in here? I don't remember. We cut something for Kitty Pryde. Sentinel. Yeah, it was Sentinel. Good call. Ooh, that's fun. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. 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 Do I want a Sarah? What if I just do this? Like, I just want to clear space here to make Angela and Bishop bigger. I think I was going to do this, actually. Oh, because of the... I was thinking I didn't want to kill my kitty, but you're right. With the Wakanda, I can actually kitty first. Yeah, sorry. That was muscle memory.
I am Iron Man.
So they're a Valk deck. Our opponent's not a bot, chat. Very much a human being. Iron Man is usually indicative of not Ultron. Yeah, it's a big rip that Enchantress is literally the only card in our deck right now. Because getting to go Mysterio, Enchantress, and just like put them in a trash can here. There's a good chance this is not Valk. Maybe though. Oh my god, they fucked it up! Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. We got him. Ha! Got him! So they got greedy and got punished here. By playing Valk last, they got 2 extra points on Wasp. But with the Iron Man here, they don't need 2 extra points on Wasp, right? So they could have played around the arrow here, but they chose not to try and get 2, technically 4 extra points. All right, non-subs, it's about that time. We're gonna take a 2-minute ad break. As always, you're not gonna miss any gameplay. We're gonna play some more of this Scarlet Witch deck when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Twitch subs. What are Scarlet Witch / Storm decks that we can play today? I don't really want to modify existing decks to add those cards, but what are like existing decks that want to play Storm and Scarlet Witch anyways? What should we try? We can play some Silver Surfer. Ooh! Shuri and Galactus are technically kind of shitty today. Let's play some Cerebro too. That sounds great. It's been a hot second. You got a request. What's your call out, Dans? Hit me with your request. We'll take it under advisement. Cerebro 2 sounds fun though. Oh my god, has it really been 3 months since I posted a Cerebro 2 video? His poor archetype. It was my favorite deck for so long. It just fucking massacred it. Something with Captain America. I don't know that Captain America has any Storm or Witch decks. We can make a point to play some Captain America inside of I think Ongoing Destroyer is fine. We can just do that tomorrow. Remind me we can Ongoing Destroyer Captain America tomorrow. Kafuzo, thank you for the tier 1. Some of the YouTube videos auto tag as Hearthstone. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I'm feeling ambitious later, we'll fix it. I don't want to have some crap deck. God damn it, bro. Give me more deck slots. I want more deck slots, please, for the love of God. Best we can do is 100 credits. All right, do I want to change anything in here? I haven't gotten to play with my Mr. Sinister variants either, which is fun. Vinny the Fish, thank you for the 5 months. Well, we're gonna Storm Karaka. We're playing all Storm and Scarlet Witch decks today. We have gotten some cosmetic upgrades here. You're not wrong. Much prettier. We need some goosters as well. Gotta get our golden goose to a golden border. Is Invisible Woman better than Goose in case Sarah Enchantress can get under Goose? Well, that deck's not very popular. And Goose is really good against Shuri. So, I think Goose is a better card general. Goose also gives you counterplay against, Hello, darkness, my old friend. How it sucks to meet with you again. First Cerebro Fort. I don't think so. I think we're just like not playing these cards. Is my Blues plan. The average armor deck is a Shuri deck. So we'll see. We'll see if the snap is I have a Shuri and a Red Skull into your Cerebro. Yes, that's also true. Not all the Sarah decks are playing Enchantress. This puts them to 18. This puts us to 24. My body is ready to lose to a Red Skull. I tried playing a lot of the Cerebro 3 deck at one point, and it just feels so clunky. I don't know quite what it is, but it feels like it's missing something. Like I look at the deck list, and it's like, yes, all of these cards seem very reasonable, but the way that they come together in practice just does not feel good. Okay, it's fine. Nobody panic. This is actually fine, chat. So, one of the reasons why I think this is the best iteration of Cerebro is because we get to play a game without our Cerebros still. We're a blue Marvel plus Mystique deck, and that's gonna be fine. That's gonna get us across the finish line here. So the full details of what Conquest mode will be haven't been shared yet, but loosely it's going to be a game mode similar. It's going to be a game mode that's similar to the, what's it called? Battle mode, only with in-client queues for it. Battle mode was the word I was failing with. Okay, and then we brood the right here. Well, I guess we could say we could brood the right if they're gonna Viper, because we have priority. What I don't like about Conquest is that it will reward win rate instead of cube gains. That's not true at all. Battle mode cube rate matters a lot. So you're right that to progress at whatever the battle mode is going to be, you'll likely need a decent win rate. But like, it's the cube rate still matters inside of the matches themselves. Well, and now I just play the Hobgoblin here, and then we win the left, right? So we lose the right, win the left. No chance for surprises. And that, honestly, again, a game like this is an example of why I think this is the best Cerebro deck. Because you play through location variants like the Peak with things like Blue Marvels and Hobgoblins. We have a real backup plan for when you don't draw Cerebro, or when you get Scorpioned or Peaked or Wakandan Embassyed, etc., right? Like, we've hit 2 locations, 2 games in a row where people are like, oh, this deck just can't play. And like, we played through it just fine. Check out Runeterra. They had a rotation. That's interesting. I'll keep an eye out. Sometimes Runeterra is on the Twitch bounty board. But in general, I'm only doing snap stuff because other things like Runeterra tend to have worse metrics. But we'll keep an eye out if a sponsored thing comes up. If you Shuri Hobgoblins become 0 or -16. -8 times 2 is -16. Why did I ditch the gold split on Storm? Because I hated the particle effect, so we got punished with this. Whatever this is. Shame. 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 And that, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, is why we're playing a Storm deck today. You can't have matching Caribbean. So, I'm not that picky with my golden inks. It's just my gold background Storm for this split had green particle effects. So I don't, like, split aggressively looking for perfect ones, but I just, like, explicitly don't want one that I feel is extra shitty. If that makes sense. Thoughts on Luke Cage of this deck? Unnecessary. I think these 12 cards that I'm currently playing are the ideal cards. Alright, I need to draw Mystique here. That was a good band, Mods. Appreciate you. Skull Middle doesn't beat, like, Taskmaster and stuff is the problem here. I think we're just dead.
Escaped.
Chat, if I play Red Skull in the middle, I lose 8 power on the left. If I play Red Skull in the middle, I lose 8 power on the left. And then I'm losing the left, and then I'm losing the middle to a Taskmaster or anything else. I can't play Red Skull on the left, there's a goose there. We have Pryde to get into the Altar of Death here, which is nice. No joke, I had a draft of this deck in my editor that had Teenage Warhead in it at one point. Probably not good. But it was in my deck editor. I thought about it. Thought about it real hard.
Wind, aid my hand.
Just get my hand empty here. Rip. Yeah, just dead. You can play this here, but it's only +3.
Escaped.
And again, just a rundown for people that are wondering why I'm retreating here. I cannot Shang-Chi the Flooded, and I cannot Shang-Chi the Goose Path. We're now 2 for 2 on people not understanding Gooses in play. And a Master Mold from a reserve. That's a solid one. Nice. So, this is probably the Shuri deck, right? What if I just double goose them?
Opponent snapped.
Is that crazy? Call me, baby. They could She-Hulk. Yeah, that's true. waving me. So they're going to 11 here. I'm going to 6. They're going to 9. They're going to 6. Storm doesn't win the game, which is unfortunate.
Wind, aid my hand.
I don't think we're winning here regardless, so I'm just going to play Cerebro. I just want to cut them off and being able to play big things on the last turn. Yeah, I don't have any draws here. Sedge.
Escaped.
Think an AI could optimize deck list? No, probably not.
Opponent snapped.
Ah, see, the opponent thinks I'm locked in there with them. The reality is they're locked in there with me. If we don't get red skulled, we could be in an okay spot here, says local man about to be red skulled. Oh, they're just She-Hulking. Yeah, we could still get red skulled, but we're beating She-Hulk Taskmaster, so I'm gonna stay. Yeah, I got on game with your 36 stats.
Victory.
Yeah, if they'd have red skulled center and She-Hulk somewhere else, we were also winning, actually, right? We'd have lost the She-Hulk path, we'd have beaten the red skull path, and we'd have won here. Someone asked me what's the next card I'm trying to ink. I'd like a good split on this Storm variant, is what I'm working towards right now. I also need to get a couple more Goosters to get this Goose up to gold on gold. And then after that, I think we're sitting on credits for a little bit until we build up boosters on something we like. Hey, Fringo, thanks for the quarter of the year. Appreciate it. I will probably eventually resplit this goose, just because I really don't like the green particle effects. That's why I resplit the storm. But that'll be a longer term thing. I'll be happy enough with gold on gold goose for now. Arcana Heart, thank you for the brand new Prime.
Wind, aid my hand.
What's going on, Nick Danger? Thanks for the third of a year. Enjoy your Mystique. I don't think we can quite snap yet. I don't know. I guess their draw's kind of bad too. Ours is not great. Opponent snapping me. Or definitely staying. Have a big old cup and get fucked, bud.
Snap.
Yeah, it's not my fault. Galactus makes me toxic. Galactus players make me toxic. They bring out the worst in me. This is a Galactus Kang player. Is Cerebro 2 better than Cerebro 3? I think Cerebro 2 is the best Cerebro deck. I don't know that any of the Cerebro decks are very good, but I am very confident that this is the best of them. I think we're gonna get enough games for a highlight on today's session, so that's nice. I haven't played this deck for a hot second. With the feature location today, all of our decks need to be Storm or Scarlet Witch decks. This is one we hadn't played a little bit. The repairs have been really intense lately. I really hope they fix matchmaking, because it's real bad. I think the opponent's actually booster farming, chat, for what it's worth. Angela, Kitty, they're Morph, they're Galactus, they're all white bordered cards. They could just be a white bordered enjoyer. Because they could also just be farming boosters for cards they need upgrades on, because they're infinite. I actually disagree with a lot of the community takes complaining about locations. Like, I think a location like Plunder Castle or the Peak, ones that you, like, can't have a chance to interact with before they screw with you, I think those locations kind of suck. But, like, today's location is one that you can mitigate with a card like Storm or Scarlet Witch. So while, like, it's annoying that while it's featured, I'm obligated to play Storm and Scarlet Witch, in general, I think locations like the one today are, like, fine to have be in the game because you get to make a conscious deck building choice about whether or not you want to be able to interact with them. The ones that really grind my gears are the ones that you can't have a choice to interact with.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Where I post videos on YouTube besides the channel where you can find the live streams. I have a second, my primary channel is Hoaglandia Snap. That is daily edited content on it. That is a gorgeous Mystique. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Everyone forgetting Rhino. Yeah, Rhino's not a playable card. Rhino should really be a 3/4. Rhino is so much worse than Storm. It's comical. All right, it's a Blue Marvel kind of game. Saying Rhino is necessary in a C-tier deck list isn't really the defensive Rhino you think it is.
My hand.
Do I Fister-Mantastic the center? Or do we move the Nightcrawler and Brood? Well, like, I'm gonna get to Blue Marvel and Mystique here, right? I think Mantastic could win them at all. They are playing negative Thanos, that's cute. Opponent is solidly cooking. They've got stuff going on. That's fine, we're not really competing for the left. Like to draw Cerebro here. What another Mystique? did. Yeah. John Valor, I really need to add an audio cue to my tips. I need to get that done. Recently bought cake from the token shop. Do you like the card? If not, may I ask why? John, if you're still here, I'm not a fan of Kang. This is actually an inked finish on this segment, by the way. I'm not a fan of Kang just because he feels like he wastes everybody's time. Kang is a card that when you look at it on an individual game basis, it feels like he probably increases your cube equity. However, when you look at Kang on a how much time did I spend playing this game, it seems like it's probably not an ideal ratio. I think even though Kang increases your cube equity per game, he probably reduces your cubes gained per hour. Probably good for tournaments and battle. And yeah, I bet there's a lot of King decks that'll be good in tournaments and battle mode. Agree with that. Is Kitty Pryde too buggy to play with right now? No, I don't think that's accurate. But I do think Kitty Pryde is probably, not too buggy to play. There's a couple of different interactions you can't really do with her at the moment because of her issues. I mean, it's fine to enjoy Kang, but like your opponent's cube equity per hour shouldn't really be a consideration on what you're doing. I forgot Caracoa was coming. He's storming Murray Isle at least, so I guess we got that going for us. I think I agree with that, Burgle. Kitty Pryde also synergizes with other generically good cards. Like the card Kitty Pryde combos the most with is Angela, which is just like another generically good card. She's decent with Bishop as well.
Escaped.
My Kitty Pryde highlight this morning was covering a Moon Girl deck with her, because I enjoy copying low-cost, high-power things with Moon Girl. Kitty Pryde's interaction with Beast is currently bugged. Kitty Pryde is currently not impacted by any cost modifications, increase or decrease. Which we're waiting on Second Dinner to confirm that that's intended or not, but I would be very surprised if it was intended. You have to put Kitty into a different lane to trigger it. Nope. So, I could play into Death's Domain anyways with things like Mr. Sinister, so I think we definitely storm the left here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Wouldn't Kitty Pryde be zero kind of broken? I mean, you have to spend a card to enable her being zero. It's not like she's zero trivially. Having your cards do interesting and powerful combos with other cards is a good thing, in my opinion. That is a lovely draw. I don't expect them to be able to add 4 more here. So I think we do this, and then we do this, and then we'll play these out in case they lizard for tiebreakers. We get Enchantress. Yeah, that's not super common inside of Darkhawk builds, though. I'm not playing around that. Close game. Dr. Doom is so good. We needed them to have 1 less piece. They had all 3 of their Darkhawk enablers. If they're missing even 1 of them, they lose the game. Doom mid was the only place they could play it. Goose was on the right, and the left was flooded. Pryde is not replaceable in this deck. Pryde is a unique card that fills a specific role of giving you 3 bodies that all get powered up by Cerebro. This deck is much worse without it. Cerebro needs a buff. I disagree with that. How do you play around Red Skull? There's this red button in the corner that allows you to play around anything you want. It's pretty sick.
Wind, aid my hand.
I don't have a Cerebro in sight. Do we just fill the raft? God, would see, buddies is probably a strong word with Day 9, but we've both been on Twitch for an eternity and watch each other's content with some frequency. He seems like a good dude, but I've never met him in person before. Raft card will have to play into the Quantum Realm. I can move the Nightcrawler, chat. That's why I'm playing Nightcrawler and not Iceman. God, losing Blue Marvel is so brutal. The best draw in our deck there. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. Dr. Doom could get us, but we get to move Nightcrawler and then send Hobgoblin across. If they don't have a way to get into the flooded, we're in a good spot. I think since your Goose is a variant, people multitasking have a hard time adjusting to your stream coming from others. Yeah, but here's the thing, chat. This is a matter of perspective, but it's an important one. It is actually free to phrase your question instead of saying, Jeff, make this play that's illegal because you're only half paying attention, to saying like, does this win? Or like, instead of taking the time to type out a message, like look at the board before you take the time to type out the message. Ooh, does Fister Mantastic get us across the finish line here? He does with Mystique, right? They gotta be worried about Cerebro as well. They know they cut Blue Marvel. This is gonna get us... This is gonna get us up here into, up into 9. Oh, what a close game. What a close game. Got him. Breaker, give me the news. I got a hot 7 points over you. They're up by 4, we're up by 11. We close it out. Close set. I think they were worried about, like, Cerebro plus Mystique also got them here. Why did Mystique go to 1? Because her base power is set to 2. And then Scorpion's -1 is at a time. I actually really hate that they added this distinction with this location. The fact that, like, base power and actual power are different distinctions in Sap now is big Magic the Gathering Layers vibes, and I am not about it. It's real obnoxious. Arcana Heart, thanks for the Prime, by the way. I think I missed that one a hot second ago. Kitty is a super reasonable Marvel Step card. Someone in chat earlier, Burgle, I think hit the nail on the head. Kitty feels like the first kind of just like generically powerful, can slot into a lot of different things cards we've had since Darkhawk. And I don't know that I'm confident saying she's as good as Darkhawk just yet, but from a where does she play, it feels like she could potentially fit into a lot of different things, would be my comparison. Lucas, thank you for the 6 sub-gifts. That's super generous. Good morning. Appreciate it. Is she a better 1-drop than Sunspot? She's different than Sunspot. So some similarities, but she lets you use your extra energy in a different way, right? Yeah, She-Hulk and Darkhawk are good comparisons. Those are both good takes. Is Wave Kitty a bug? I would assume that it's a bug. I would be shocked if that was the intended behavior. If we're playing for keeps, I would snap them here, because our draw is really good now. We get Nightcrawler into the Sanctum. We get double Cerebro in the middle. She also doesn't need a package like Darkhawk. Listen, don't criticize Darkhawk's package. Sometimes he's a little bit small, but he's a grower, not a shower. Alright, chat. My dojo does not contain fear. This does mean I can't Mystique, though. That's fine, YOLO. Typically, people don't want to fill their locations before the last turn, but the Raptors changed the board's very constricted, so that could change the calculus here. What are our thoughts on when Darkhawk and Null will be shifted to pull through? We know for a fact that they'll be Series 3 in May, Crost. So every single month, the oldest group of cards inside of each series will downgrade. Got him. Got him. Other people always like to cut. Other people always tell me they cut Hobgoblin from this deck. They're cowards, chat. They don't block warriors like we do.
Victory.
Series downgrades do not happen at the start of the season. They happen with the patch. So when do Kitty and Negasonic drop? Cards are in Series 5 for 2 months. Series 5 is 2 months. Series 4 is 3 months. It's probably going to be an escape. Soulstone's a bad matchup for us. We just don't have any of our 1s or 2s here, so we're just not going to get to play remotely on curve. Or like Patriot. I think the Bast Valkyrie Patriot deck is quite good. The first edition badges do not exist in the client yet, no. Most of the season cards seem super playable. I agree. And honestly, it's refreshing. I think they've hit a pretty good power level for a lot of these releases lately. Like, they're not meta-game changing, world-breaking, you need to have these cards or you're behind cards, but they're also not the January releases where literally none of them are playable. Like, Warhead's a niche card, Kitty's a little bit more flexible but playable. Looking forward to Jeff the Shark next month. Yeah, Master Mold has a niche use. You want Jeff, and remember, chat, if you want a Jeff the Shark emote, make sure you subscribe to the channel to get access to that. And before anybody asks, because I know some of you are new here, yes, of course there will be a shark costume next month. You don't have to ask. Yes, that'll happen. I do not think Luke Cage is good in this deck. That is why I am not playing it. I'll wait on committing to Xandar. Two bits location variance annoying. If we find Blue Marble, it might not be a big deal. Man. Yeah, I think we're just on the no Cerebro plan. Just spread out here a little bit. If Luke had 2 power, he would be played in this deck in a heartbeat. Not close. Alas, he does not. Okay, that's a fun one. So that means Cerebro's back on the table now. So I get to send this Hobgoblin across for a -10 on the left. And then we can Storm Xandar plus Cerebro mid on the last turn to get a surprise burst of power on the board. Storm's an underappreciated Marvel Snap card. I'm really glad they changed Space Stone to give her more life. People complain too much about location variance while not playing nearly enough Storm. So I'll be at 16 here, and they'll be -4. The question is 12 enough to win the center? Maybe I'll be at 18 here, 18 to 22. I'll play Go Fish for a cube here. Oh, they're gonna win the left.
When
That's sad.
aid my hand.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna play some Silver Surfer today. Definitely gonna play some Silver Surfer today. Wanna get a few more games. We haven't played this deck in a while, and it's feeling pretty reasonable. My plan is to rotate through all of the reasonable Storm and Scarlet Witch decks today into this feature. Hey, Parchesi, thanks for the quarter of a year. Looking forward to another month being here snapping. Deferred, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. I think Cerebro 2 is a great deck, and people often think it's bad because it's big and shiny. I think this deck was legitimately bad when Thanos was more popular. I think it was a hard sell on playing this deck into Soulstones everywhere. Thanos, the changes didn't reduce Shuri all that much, but they definitely pushed Thanos out of the format. Ace of Farts, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. It might be wrong to Goose Middle, although I guess I can't Blue Marvel on 5, so it's fine. It never fails where I talk about how I've played this deck a bunch, and in my experience, the biggest issues are things like Red Skull and Soulstone, and some shitter who's never played it before pipes up in chat and is like, Jeff, the locations are the problem. It's not your enemy, that's the problem. It's like, no, trust me.
Aid my hand.
Dozens, possibly hundreds of hours with this archetype. The problem is definitely the cards your opponents are playing more than the locations. It's true that sometimes you will lose to locations. This probably qualifies as a hot take. I think Movement is a deck that suffers more from location variance than Cerebro does. But nobody ever seems to fucking talk about that because it's less obvious with that deck. With this archetype, it's like more in your face when variance happens with the locations. But every deck in Marvel Snap has location variance. It's just like a core part of the game. But location variance is a big part of why the movement decks are not playable. I'm gonna pass here, and I'm gonna Mystique the right into Brood the center, which might be wrong. I'll stay for a cube here, but it's a little bit gambly. My goose, I cooked my own goose a little bit. It's not even just Fisk Tower, like the very obvious ones that hurt the move decks. Things like Crimson Cosmos and Sanctum Sanctorum being on the right, or Miniaturized Lab being in the middle. There's just like all of these things. There's just all of these things that end up screwing with you. Man, if I'd have played Mystique here, we'd have won. I think armor should be redesigned, yes.
Parker!
Parker. Can I play Sunspot and get it to exactly 2 and no more? Red Boxer, thank you for the 22 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I can. I believe I can. Hey, Del keeps swinging. Thanks for the 6 months in advance. I plan to be here. Thanks for keeping me around. Ugh. To choose between Caracoa and Rickety Bridge. I think Storm into Brood into Hobgoblin into Cerebro and Friends gets us the dub.
Opponent snapped.
This is fine, says local man about to be soul stoned. Okay, so that's the reality stone down. And then Fister's a good draw. Yeah. Location variance we can handle. Getting Leech, not so much. I think this is just like a coin flip now, right? So we just like flip on the Lockjaw, whatever that's getting. If this gets another stone, we win. Yeah, Baku lets them win mid, so it's gonna come down to what the Lockjaw flip up is for them. Oh, they drew the 2 stones out of their deck. Rip. Baku! It actually won the game if it hadn't been for Baku. Or Leech. We'd have beaten them with Cerebro. I like how they're eyeing their Baku. Like their Baku won them the game. Sorry, bud. Your Baku didn't win you the game. Your Leech won you the game. It's like the movement deck, right? The movement deck is technically a movement deck, but it wins the game because it's a Leech Shang-Chi deck. I don't love storming a Morbius path, but gotta do what we gotta do.
Wind, aid my hand.
Leech is brutal. No other TCG makes me feel like that. Spoken like someone who hasn't played much Magic the Gathering. A lot of people would ask me the question, Jeff, how can you stomach playing through all this Leech and other stuff? And I kid you not, Leech is like an average case Magic the Gathering design for the last 5 years. Just like, actually, every Magic the Gathering card feels that way. It's a rancid experience. A comment that is often brought up in Magic the Gathering is fun is zero sum, which is to say that if your opponent is having no fun, ergo you are having all of the fun, and you should be having a good time. Did they top deck the Hella? There's a Subterranea, so unlikely. Magic's designed itself into a lot of corners over the years. I agree with that sentiment. Ooh, well played, opponent. Magneto's a good top deck. You draw that card instead of another rock. There are cards that basically don't let you actually play the game, are pretty core design to Magic the Gathering. There's a lot of what we call prison-esque cards that their function is to lock the opponent out of taking game actions. You do have to manually re-up the Prime every month. Welcome back. Appreciate you doing that. Owly X, thank you for the brand new Prime. Hey, what's going on, Not Low? So,
Live from the Daily Bugle.
I've heard a lot of comments from people that they feel like the new ranked system carried them. And honestly, I don't think people making that comment are giving themselves enough credit. As someone who's been infinite the last 8 seasons in Marvel Snap, a lot of seasons, the difference between getting to 80 and getting to infinite is really just a measure of how much you were playing the game. So I think if you got to infinite this season, it's not that the rank system carried you, it's just they had the functional change of you had to grind less to get there, which is a good thing. That was the reason for the change. Is they wanted it to be less grindy to get to the top. And we're still ahead on the left. You love to see it. You can't use Prime on Twitch mobile. If you check out this URL in your browser, you should be able to use your Prime on iOS. But also worth noting that you can Prime sub on Android mobile. Apple and their rules. Whoa! Get surfed on. Close game. You could Prime sub on Apple. Did that just get added? Because for a long time you weren't able to use a Prime sub on Apple devices. Must have been a very, very recent initiative. So anybody else currently on iOS have the ability to use a Prime sub on the iOS application? Infamous Action, thanks for the Prime, speaking of. SX Haver, thank you for the Prime. I feel like if you could use your Prime sub on iOS, they would have made an announcement about that. I couldn't. Yeah. I feel like Twitch would have announced that.
Aid my hand.
So this technically isn't the last turn we could play here, but there's a good chance there are Galactus decks, so I'm gonna Hobgoblin the right. Magneto, sure. You showed me how to use my Prime on mobile, so now you get it. Thanks, Chinman. Appreciate it. Unfortunately, our opponent was not a Galactus enjoyer. I think we want to goose the middle to lock them out of a big play, so we don't have to worry about getting Doctor Doomed. I believe. Goose is such a good cat, chat. A lot of good close games today.
Victory.
1 and 2 point differentials in a lot of locations. Mortal Slash, love the YouTube content. Whatever you do in general, keep it up. Thanks for keeping me around to be able to keep it up. Appreciate the quarter of a year. As someone who's plugged into his metrics a lot, an interesting anecdote. When I checked it earlier this month, I currently have 2,600 concurrent subscribers, and about 900 of those have been around for more than a year. So we've picked up a lot of new people. It's good to see them coming back as we've transitioned from Magic to Snap full time. Snap has definitely had its ups and downs and goods and bads like any game, but it's definitely the one I enjoy the most of the late. It's good to have support to be here doing that. Any advice for a beginner? Yeah, I've got a full beginner playlist here. I call it my Marvel Stat Minutes video. Be sure to check it out. I think a good generic piece of advice that gets covered in this playlist too, though, is unlike a lot of other card games, the key to success in Snap isn't just playing your deck well, it's about knowing how to snap and retreat. I'm interested in the DC card game when it comes out. Yeah, I'm hoping to do some stuff with them. So, I mentioned this before, but my manager was actually in talks with the DC card game people for me to do some sponsored stuff for them when they were originally supposed to release last year. But then they got delayed indefinitely, so hopefully once they decide they're ready to release, we'll be doing some content for them. Feels a bit magic-y. I mean, we don't have any, there isn't any actual gameplay footage yet for the DC card game, so it's kind of hard to say if it's anything. Yeah, for people that don't understand video game development timelines, the DC card game is not something that someone like, they didn't start working on it after they saw Marvel Snap take off. Video games take years and years and years to put together. Like, Marvel Snap was in development for like 5 or 6 years. These are not quick turnaround time things. Is Spencer a bot? They're playing all their move cards on the left, so they must be, right? I didn't realize bots had the Hulk avatar now. Bots have all ranked avatars now. That's good to know. Move deck bots and losing all 3 locations. Name a more iconic duo.
Victory.
I will say, for as much as we all complain, myself included, about feature locations, it is kind of nice that they push us into playing decks we wouldn't touch on occasion, because it's been a second since we played Cerebro 2. I've been enjoying this set of games today. I think we Mr. Sinister. Do I need to Mr. Sinister the right again? Nova after the Carnage. I guess they just need the amount of things in the center. This does mean I need to Mr. Sinister the right again, though. And then we'll do this here. And then on the last turn, we'll play Fister Mantastic in the middle, and we'll play Mr. Sinister on the right. Or on the left, wherever these locations are. I don't think we've seen any bot splits out of our opponent yet.
Opponent snapped.
That feels like a bot snap, though. They could, there is a reason to play the Nova after here. Order. Why are we saying order? What's wrong with my order? Play around arrow, I guess? I think that's actually a not bot play usually, right? Because I'm pretty sure the bots prioritize getting the most stats into play. Yeah, I think this is a human that's just like farming whatever and doesn't care because they're infinite. They have the win a location with 1 card mission. Could be. Kitty Pryde Suite. We are gonna play. I've got like 5 or 6 Kitty Pryde decks loaded up into my deck editor, and we will be running them through the gauntlet tomorrow. They just aren't Storm or Scarlet Witch decks, so they don't really play well today. Is the Deadpool Mysterio deck you ran a few days ago on YouTube? It is, yeah. Yeah, Deadpool's a super popular card, so anytime we play something, anything close to playable with them, I like always throw it up there. Goater Chris, thanks for the 23 months. Alright, I believe we're letting RNGesus take the wheel here. Am I winning here, actually? They play Hella. They'll be 16 minus 8 is 8. And I'm at 1, 2, 3, 7. No, I need to move the Nightcrawler here. Spin their wheel. I would assume they're a favorite to win here, so I probably wouldn't stay if we were playing for reals. That's 1 cube and we're infinite, so I'll pop some friends out onto the board here. Those aren't very good.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Lower, closer, slower, Grandma. Stay there. Yeah, I don't really love. I feel like I like Captain Marvel inside of this deck, but I feel like Doctor Doom just uses up too many board slots in a deck that's already kind of board space hungry. Sandman's kind of too. They show you a new deck with Thanos. It's the same as the old deck with Thanos. You just replace Quinjet with your favorite other card. I have a current favorite Darkhawk deck that doesn't require Master Mold. Well, what's it called? It's easily my favorite, the bounce build, right? The way Mystique and Sinister London works. Mystique will copy Cerebro, and then she'll have that ongoing. Well, shoot. Rip. Lost that 50-50. Feels bad, man. It's a gorgeous arrow split. He says before realizing it has a green border. Yeah, that list looks right. With Bastion Hawk. All right, another coin flip. Unreal. Lost every fucking coin flip that mattered. Never lucky rubber ducky. Someone just Scarlet Witch Caracoa into ego. Got him. Wanda! Maybe the play was delete Sinister London with Storm. Maybe. Or I could have won either of the two coin flips and won the game that I was 75% to win. Like, that's probably the better option. Dear Glenn, please put me deep underground with the Shuri deck, and then consequently put the Shuri deck deep underground next week. Yeah, I don't know that we can win this one, huh? We needed Blue Marvel a little sooner. I can't really compete on the left side. I like Storm plus Cerebro, but I don't know that that does it. Blue Marvel plus Iceman on the right, I think is probably our best line. But this is only plus 5, 6 here, and I'm only plus 2, so we're only going to plus 8. It's definitely a retreat angle. Okay, so they might have Shuri in their deck, but I'm pretty sure Glenn's playing the Galactus Destroyer deck. Obviously, they're a Destroyer deck, but this is probably the Galactus Destroyer deck. All right, non-subs, it's about that time. I'll see you in 2 minutes. As always, you're not going to miss any gameplay. Thanks for hanging out today. Should we play some Silver Surfer, chat? What's the... I was kind of whelmed by the Thanos Surfer list. Maybe we just load up some stock Surfer. Let's go see what the best Surfer deck is on Untapped. Maybe we'll steal that. let's sort by 200 game minimum. Ha! Man, that's a stat line. 44% win rate, 0.42 average cubes. That's kind of hot. Unfortunately, this is not a deck list we can play today because I need, when I said we're going to grab the best surfer deck, I assumed the best surfer deck was going to have Storm in it. And unfortunately does not appear to be the case. Oh, you know what? Does Kitty Pryde fill Curve in the surfer deck nicely? We could try Kitty inside a surfer, right? It would be a Sarah-less build. We'd play no Sarah and we play Kitty. Skinny Prime. Thank you for the Prime. I guess let's think about it. Is Kitty actually good? You have time to play Kitty on 1. You have time to play Kitty on 2. You have time to play Kitty on 4 and 5. So it's 6 power, assuming you have it on 1. Is that good enough? I don't know if that's good enough, chat. Oh, that's the, if we want to cook later. You could play Kitty inside of Lockjaw Surfer. Sounds like fun. But again, I don't think Lockjaw Surfer is a Storm deck, so I don't think we can play it today, right? I'm only playing Storm and Scarlet Witch decks today because the feature location's a bag of decks. We could add Storm to this Teenage Warhead build. We could cut something for her. Sentinel's a cute inclusion in this archetype. Because you play it on 2 and then it also fills on 5 for you. Oh, we did play, we played some of this the other day that I got enough for a highlight later this week with. We can play some more of this at some point. The Wong Odin Storm thing. Are you, how far off of this one are you? What am I? This was a list off of Untapped that felt okay. I'm gonna play this build that's like a more stock build from last season rather than playing Warhead, because it already has Storm in it. And the deck's more accessible without Warhead. Delete something again here, though. Snap Scorpions on Carbartages here. It's good for our copy of Surfer 2, obviously, if it shows up. Hazmat Debris is a fun idea to mix in there. What am I? There's a cultured individual getting rid of that mess for us. They're not a casual Scarlet Witch enjoyer. They've played it a lot. And we drew the Silver Surfer, which is excellent. So it's a Brood here. Have that get yoinked into the middle. Actually, I don't want to kick them into Cudlun, right? So let's go this way. I need Surfer on the left, right? We have priority, but with the Nova and the Surfer, I think we're good, right? Because we're only going up to 7 stats. Yeah, we're good.
Victory.
It's the only way to play Marvel Snap on PC through Steam. You can use BlueStacks, but it's a worse experience, in my opinion. For a while, the PC client was lacking. The only thing the PC client can't do that you can do on BlueStacks is log in and check the inbox. Is currently broken on the PC build. The PC client's still bad. As someone who spent hundreds of hours using the client in BlueStacks and now hundreds of hours using it in Steam, the Steam client is better in every way except you can't check the inbox. The PC client is way faster and smoother than running emulated. And my PC is no slouch. Like, I've got a 2080 Super and an i7 and 32 gigs of RAM. The experience is markedly better.
Wind aid my hand.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I played this here because I was gonna slide. Thanks. What's more power, Max or Brood? Brood is 2 5s. It's the same amount, right? Either way. better for bodies. Yeah, maybe. Thanks for the Prime, by the way, Skinny. Your afternoon's going well. Third Electro ramp game in a row trying this list feels 0%. Yeah, you're probably not good against Sandman or Leech. They're incredibly polarized cards that create a very awful gameplay experience. You see so much Electro ramp. Yeah, there's not a lot of it in my bracket towards the top, thankfully. With Sarah drawn, I don't want to goose the left because we're going to want to Sarah the left on 5. I built my own PC or get it pre-built and upgrade as needed. I had a buddy help me put it together when I initially bought it. I've done some piecemeal upgrade since. Originally had a 1060 in here, if I recall correctly. We talked about putting Kitty in this deck to start, but ultimately concluded, especially with Sarah, we just weren't going to get enough value from it on average. Okay, so based on their snap here, I think they're likely to be Shang-Chiing me, which I think means I want to punt the right. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. I appreciate you being here. So they can't play into the center, but they could play 2 6-drops. They could play a 6-drop into the center, I should say. I think we just do this, because we get 2 cards with the Sarah. Oh, they could She-Hulk, right? What happens if they She-Hulk me? They She-Hulk mid. They end up at 5-14. I'm going to 7, 10... 14, 16. This could break a couple ways. They play hard for the left. We could get into trouble here. Oh. Is there a playable deck with Scarlet Witch, Storm, and Rhino? No, it's just too much of that. It needed the extra stats for max there, unfortunately. Wave is such a powerful card. Best way to spend gold once your Series 3 complete. Yeah, whatever sparks the most joy for you. Do you want sweet variants? Do you want to maximize collector's tokens you're acquiring? Like, what is your goal? Animal, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Any sites to track available variants. On Snap.fan, they tend to say if a variant's released or not, but it's not always updated quickly after each patch. Quicksilver Gamer.
Wind, aid my hand.
If you want to get, if your goal is to get collection complete ASAP, then you should buy the bundles that give you the best token equity, which I break down every single month on my YouTube channel. KM Best was playing Kitty for 1 underwave. Yes, that is how it appears to work at the moment. We don't know if that's the intended behavior, but it is the currently experienced behavior. Second, I've asked Second Dinner and so have several other people if that's a feature or a bug, and they've refused to comment so far. Alright, open to draw Killmonger here, but that's unlikely given the state of our deck. I mean, we gave them rocks. There's a real chance this wins the game. They haven't commented on anything to Kitty yet. That's not true. They did confirm that, what's it called? They did confirm that the collector not working with Kitty was a bug. Yeah, honestly, the fact that they haven't commented one way or another on how Kitty Pryde is currently interacting with cost reducers makes me think that it's a bug that they're currently debating internally about whether or not it should be a feature. That's what it feels like to me from the outside. Is this is a bug, but we're not sure if we wanna have it be a bug or not. It's a bug, but we're not mad about it. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna reflood here.
Wind, aid my hand.
So if I do this and jug them out of here, on the last turn, I can Killmonger plus Surfer to win the middle. Well, shit. I believe we have died. I believe we have died.
Escaped.
don't tag me in this in the subs Discord server. This is currently what the Kitty Pryde internal discussion looks like. Whether or not we're dressing up the bug. I haven't seen that one before. That's good. For people that aren't familiar with my background, I have a graduate and undergraduate degree in mathematics, and I spent time doing software development in a number of open source communities, as well as data and process automation at a Fortune 50 company, before falling backwards into what I do now as a full-time job. So I am loosely familiar with software development process. They vary differently company to company and culture to culture, corporate culture to corporate culture, but some familiarity with the bits and pieces of what all goes into it. Falling backwards. Nobody, well, basically no one who does what I do for a job set out to like do this as a job. Like, it's not like you wake up one day and go, I'm going to make stuff on Twitch or YouTube and it's going to pay me money and be able to be my job. Unless you have a strong amount of nepotism going for you and you know other people in the industry that can boost you early on, that just doesn't happen. I work hard at what I do here, and I'm fairly good at it, but I am not ignorant to the fact that a large amount of luck goes into picking the winners and losers in the career that I am currently in. People our age don't think that, but people of my kids' age certainly do. Yeah, I mean, wanting to be an online influencer in today's day and age, something my kids want to do too. But it's like, it's similar to like, you know, wanting to play pro sports or other things like that. It's just a slightly different variation of that. Right? Am I jugging here? Do I want to save the brood for somewhere else is the question. I think I want to jug to clutter up the rest of their board here. Those of you at home will note that I have cleverly left both the copies of Killmonger and Silver Surfer inside of my deck. Speaking of differentiating between luck and skill, skillfully left Killmonger and Silver Surfer inside of our deck here. Damn it. Did not skillfully draw Killmonger. Literally the last card in the deck. I think there's a world where this wins the game. It does win the game, but we don't get an extra cube for it. It does win the game, but we don't get an extra cube for it. Hey, St. Lovejoy, congrats on breaking through to 80. If they move Vision, does that screw with Polaris' outcome? I don't believe so. I'm pretty sure the Polaris always grabs the time stone here, given that there's space for her to grab it. Vision left, Dino mid wins. Is that true? Because they'll tie left, right? With the Vision? Because I'm going to 7 there, and I'm moving the time stone. Who's surprised that the person wasting time with Kang is also a snap at the last possible seconder? And they've snapped. All right, so what's the breaker situation like here? What do we got? What do we got going on? Ah, yes. What a good use of everybody's time in your cubes. Don't bluff Snapchat. Is there any card? What beats us here? Like Dino plus a stone? Does Dino plus a stone beat us? How many cards are in their hand? So they would have, their Dino would be 13, 14. And the stone would be 1. So that would be 15. So they'd be +4 here. Dino plus stone ties us, exactly. Yeah, they must have miscounted. Would Claw beat us? No, because Claw, they would be losing here, right? Yeah, Dino plus Stone ties exactly. Yeah, Scorpion Difta. The Magneto and the Vision here, huh? No, Dino is 15 total with a Stone. Dino plus Stone wins with no Polaris Pull. That's not true. Because the Vision moves, so this time Stone goes over. Could Blue Marvel have beaten us? Marvel would have tied here, but it would have only been 5 here, and it would have won here. So we would have tied somewhere else, and then we win the breaker still, I think. I think we were good regardless. And that's the that's the other part about why bluffing is bad. In order for a bluff to work, your opponent has to believe there's something you could reasonably have that they could lose to, right? And like even like at length going through all of the things they could have there, none of them beat me, right? And if there was something, it's really obscure, so I can't think of it offhand. Even if their Magneto was 12 power, they lost there, right? Because they tied left, and then we won the breaker. What if I Polaris into Juggernaut Hala to murder one of these 1-drops? I think I'm into it. Well, well, well. If it isn't the repercussions of my own actions, it's fine. We have a backup plan. Plan B it is. I think I want a Brood to maximize the Stark Tower bonus.
All systems go.
And then unfortunately, we're dead to 2 18 power things here, right? So we'll leave.
Escaped.
Your Juggernaut's a professional, it'll kick both left. A lot of Brood boosters. Yeah! If Brood was a more popular metagame card that I played more frequently, I'd probably invest some credits in potentially inking or golding it, but it just doesn't see enough play for me to spend resources there, I don't think. We played Goose into the Unknown because we had protection for him. Yeah, a lot of our Brood boosters is because I'm a Cerebro 2 enjoyer through and through. My inked card is Agatha. Agatha's the least impressive fancy split card. She's so easy to get boosters for. We've been really failing at getting boosters today, though. I want to get gold on gold for our golden goose.
Opponent snapped.
So obviously we've got the flooding locked up. There's gonna be some question on whether or not we can win one of the other ones, though. Need to draw a Surfer, believe it or not. Surfer, Polaris are our two best draws from here. Rockslide. Rockslide makes that a little bit less likely, though. Sarah's nice here, though, because Sarah lets us kind of conserve our stats for next turn. Because, like, we're obviously losing the sewer system. I do have 15 to play over here, which is not nothing, even without Surfer. All right, 1 and 8, 1 and 7 to draw Surfer. Good old rock. Hey, Fassad, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. Is the Krakoa thing gonna go away? Not until tonight. You have approximately 9.5 hours until the feature location is gone. Yeah, sweet game win here without Surfer. It's like big stats. Krakoa plays my Surfers onto my Cosmos. Rip. I'm gonna play Scorpion into the mid because it enabled us to get 3 drops in other locations long term, which is nice. Brood's also fun to dash straight him. Leave the broodlings behind. Mama Brood's going out for a pack of smokes. Be back soon, broodlings. Reno Jenkins, thanks for the 3rd of a year. Appreciate it.
Oh, snap.
Snap-a-lappin' here.
Victory.
I don't understand why Snap in so many locations aimed at not letting us play our cards. I don't understand why so many Marvel Snappers don't play more Storm and Scarlet Witch. These two statements are related. While I think locations like this on featured location days are a little bit overwhelming on feature location days. In general, I've heard complaints about, oh, there are too many locations that don't let me play my cards. But the subset of locations that don't let you play your cards that you can't also just get rid of are actually really low. And there's a lot of deck building considerations that allow you to mitigate these bits of location variance, whether it's Nightcrawler or Doctor Doom getting you into places like Sanctum or Plunder Castle, or it's things like Scarlet Witch and Storm directly remedying the problem. It's one of the reasons why Doctor Doom's actually a Premier 6-drop, is it helps you mitigate location variance. It's actually one of the reasons why Jeff the Shark is one of the releases I'm most looking forward to. It's a card that helps mitigate location variance in a sweet way. Just gotta clear this out. I assume they're leaving. How often do you counter program the feature location? It depends on how polarized the location is. So like today, for example, I'm playing pretty much exclusively decks that have Scarlet Witch and Storm in them, because I think being able to take this location off the board has value to me. But like when Asteroid M was the featured location, I basically just ignored that it existed. Jeff the Shark is already poised to be one of my favorite cards with its design and its name. If it beats Sandman, I'm gonna be over the moon. What do you mean by if Jeff beats Sandman? So Jeff the Shark says, nothing can stop you from moving or playing this to any location. Which means Sandman stops you from playing cards. So that's one of those, I don't know how it works, we're gonna need to wait and see. But the way they're both worded, it definitely feels like there's a possibility that Jeff trumps Sandman to 1 card per turn. That one I could see breaking in either direction. I'll have to wait and see how it actually plays out. Not having energy also stops you from playing. Yeah, but there's a difference between a game rule stopping you from playing and a card interaction stopping you from playing, right? So like people saying, well, can you play Jeff into a location with 4 cards? I would assume no, because that's a game rule. Whereas like beating Professor X is another card stopping you from doing stuff. And again, that's speculation. We'll have to wait and see what actually happens here in a little bit. Glenn confirmed that they have uniquely designed a few cards that can affect Cosmo. Good. Cosmo's a very bad dog and needs things that can interact with him. Now, opponent is likely a doctor. Oh, you know what? I'm so dumb. I realized, God, this is where I would put my undo all action buttons if I had one. I actually should have goosed here because they're a Doctor Doom deck. As I was saying it, I realized what I fucked up. Alright, we'll leave now. I should have done that in the other direction to keep Goose there.
Escaped.
Ooh, Jeff works well with Ebony Maw. That's a good shout too. I like it. I like it. Am I hype for Tekken 8? So, I tend to enjoy single player games or competitive games where I can blame something other than my own skill failings for why I lost. So I like to stick to MOBAs where I can blame my teammates, or card games where I can blame Benbrode for stacking my deck. You know, stuff like that. What about the new DC card game? I am capitalist scum and will do anything for the right amount of money. We don't want to goose the compound because we want a Sarah on 5. Why do people retreat when they hit Infinite X? I just want to practice playing the game well. Rather than just like playing fast and loose.
Clear for takeoff.
Oh my god, I totally forgot that this was going to take... And it's only like the second time Krakoa's actually been there on turn 5 today. We keep getting rid of it. Alright, we want to draw a Killmonger here. So we can Brood plus Killmonger. This Twitch stream pre-recorded in front of a live audience, etc., etc. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks, Smalls. I appreciate the feedback on that. It's been better for me too. I was very off of things for a little while by having a constant negative feedback loop with chat, and it's made my workday more enjoyable to not have people constantly venting in chat. Learning the catchphrases is an integral part of becoming a viewer here. Exactly. You get it. Well... They like my golden goose, chat. We lost the priority flip here, but I suppose we can Polaris the Lizard out potentially. Depends if they have other cheap cards to play here. Oh, Mysterio. Yeah. That's actually an ideal case situation for us, right? If I was playing for keeps, I would snap before this Sarah flips up, I think.
Opponent snapped. Snap.
I will snap back when they snap me. Our hand is quite strong. All right, who wins the priority flip here? That could be big. So I say priority flip because we're tied here, and then we're up 7, they're up 7. So when the game is completely tied like this, who has priority is decided randomly between the two players. Oh, we did win the priority flip. Weird. I didn't see it change. No, it doesn't alternate. It's random. Okay, so I think this is ideal. You want to jug mid? No, I need the most help on the left, I think. It could be right to Killmonger mid, though, to put the most stats here. These up here. Hayuto has priority. Whoever name is currently highlighted in gold at the top of your screen has priority. Yeah. I think our deck's pretty favored in this matchup because we just put like bigger numbers into play than they do.
Victory.
Yeah, apologies for getting stoned on stream. We'll clean that up here. Pryde list from yesterday was my favorite. That's up on the YouTube channel now. Get up, kid. Posted this morning. We're gonna play a bunch more Kitty Pryde decks tomorrow, and maybe we'll play a little bit more Sarah Kitty Pryde today. But a lot of the Kitty Pryde decks I want to try don't play Storm or Scarlet Witch, so they're just not really playable into the current feature. Do I enjoy the Mary Jane? I do not drink or smoke. It's not my cup of tea. Hey, Caleb Bites, thanks for the prime. Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around. And play for like 3 days. What should you focus on doing? Just make sure you complete all your free dailies and all your free sources of getting credits. That is the primary way you progress your account in Marvel Snap. Well, Krakoa is gonna happen, so I guess we will brood, so that way if Krakoa decides to Surfer, we have the most things in play. Can I snap them? I'm gonna snap them. They've done nothing but leech. Doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, no meat, has children, must be a sadist. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but also, like, I played Magic the Gathering for 2.5 decades, so that's definitely the biggest indicator that I might be a sadist. I think Fister Mantastic is gonna steal the left of the game for us here. People making fun of his nickname. We lose to Dr. Doom after they loaded up the stream. I think we had any lines to beat that, right? Got some goosters. Got some goosters. Why do you say if I were playing for keeps? Because when you are infinite, there's no incentive to snap or retreat appropriately. So when I am playing decks, I like to call out when I would be snapping or retreating if I was trying to be cube optimal while climbing to infinite or caring about my rank. With no incentive to care about my rank inside of Infinite, we play fast and lose quite frequently, but for the sake of creating educational content, I like to point out to viewers at home, if you were playing this in a match where you cared about the result, what you should be doing to be playing optimally. So why retreat at all? Because I like to we straddle the middle. We don't, like, completely give 0 fucks, but we give fewer than if we were climbing. Yeah, it also saves time. Like the amount of time where I'm like, I'm gonna stay here even though we should retreat, and then my opponent takes way too long to make their decision, so I retreat rather than giving them the extra cube, is like really high. Just like, I'll spew a lot of the time, but also if you're gonna waste my time, no, stop it. You don't get free things. So I can lock this up, but then Krakoa gets to play. I think I take the cards. A situationally appropriate amount of fucks is what I'm hearing. That's a good way to put it. Ooh, and we kicked the Titania out of... Okay, don't Killmonger. This is fine, actually, right? I think it's actually decent for us. Like here. This is a point where if I wasn't worried about chasing my opponent out of the game, we would snap here. This is like the point where they're behind and probably can't catch back up and win. Feels like where they could play could go either way here. There's definitely a game we could lose. Yeah, weird. Opponent's probably also infinite and doesn't care, because staying for 8 on the left or on the right seems loose. Goosters, chat! The goosters, they're real! Gaze upon my golden goose, for it is beautiful. gorgeous. The goose is plagued by green sparkles. Someday we'll split that goose again to try and get a better border effect. But that's gonna be like 300 goosters from now. We're filing that one. We're filing that one under solidly good enough. Would be better with a better border effect, but beggars shan't be choosers. All right, I want to get one more decent game in with this, and then we'll shift gears. Almost time for another ad breaker-rooney, it looks like. Did they increase the max collection level? It was previously around 22. I actually don't know the answer to that. That's a good question. Hopefully. God, it's so beautiful. Look at it sparkle. With Storm and Nova, there's really no incentive to play a Devormir here. Dude. Mr. Mantastic. Guess we're just doing this here. Definitely a little bit of an awkward curve for us.
Wind, aid my hand.
Who's a little annoying? I was hoping to Sarah there. Now we'll Sarah to the right, and then hoping to draw. I was about to say hoping to draw a 3-drop, but that's actually all of our cards. Oh, there's Cerebro too. Interesting. All right, we drew Skillmonger. Skillmonger lets me tie the middle, assuming no Mystique. But I don't think I'm supposed to assume no Mystique. Thank you. There's a lot of power over here. I think we're supposed to go.
Wind, aid my hand.
It's gonna come down to where Mr. Baku goes. Haha. Oh no, we're gonna lose the right? If we'd have grabbed Goose out of... If we'd have grabbed Goose out of the middle here, we were 1-3 to win this game. If we'd have grabbed Goose with the Polaris, we could have done it. Alright, chat. My lovely wife just brought me some lunch. I'm gonna hit an ad roll so I can go ahead and put some mustard on my sandwich real quick. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out. Dubs, you get some food porn. We ordered sandwiches for lunch. This is a sandwich. My head for scale. This is why I need to cut it really quick, because it's not quite manageable. The perk of being a sub, you get to see the sub. Yeah, I should probably update that cheer emote because we lost the other burrito emotes when we were doing updates. The middle burrito middle is a cheer emote. It's not a channel emote technically, or not a subscriber emote. Uh, 22 seconds to finish my mustard. Brick House, thanks for the 2 months. Alex Mato, thanks for the 3rd of a year. All right, sandwich is prepped and ready to eat. Super Vodka, thanks for the brand new Pryde, by the way. And Caleb Bites as well. Everybody's having a wonderful time. What kind of sandwich is it? It is a veggie sandwich. Lettuce, tomato, onion, a couple types of cheese, some green peppers, and a dash of mustard. This is a serious Colossus enjoyer or a bot, one of the two.
Wind, aid my hand.
It does have a border effect. Well, that's a hobgoblin. I think I believe it.
Escaped.
Why no Cosmo in this list? I found Cosmo provides counterplay against Galactus. So does Polaris. I agree that Cosmo is good against Galactus. I don't think Cosmo is good against Shuri. In fact, I would argue Cosmo actively helps the Shuri deck because you're basically never sniping their Shuri play with Cosmo without really good luck. And Cosmo stops you from being able to juggernaut them around later in key moments. Same thing with Doctor Doom and Death Wave. The odds of you being able to snipe a Wave or a Doctor Doom with a Cosmo is like so unlikely. Like it's gonna happen on occasion and you're gonna get lucky, but it's not the average case scenario. You reduce the lanes to 2, it's better odds, right? Sure, you could coin flip them, but it's still not good odds. It's only like, you play these cards so you can flip coins against Shuri. Doesn't sound like a particularly compelling gameplay experience to me. When do you retreat later? Never. Retreating later is a waste of fucking time. Don't waste your time or your opponent's. Just end the game. Leave. Retreating later is a lot like playing Kang. Retreating later is technically the cube positive thing to do. If you're looking at the raw number of games that you play, retreating later saves you cubes in the long run in total number of games. However, your time matters, and retreating later, instead of just joining another game, means that you're wasting time and reducing the amount of cubes. No, you should not retreat later while climbing. Retreating later while climbing is a losing proposition, because retreating later while climbing means that you're giving up. It means that you're giving up cubes per hour. You're increasing your cubes per game, but decreasing your cubes per minute. What Broski just said in chat is my exact thoughts on Cosmo in the current format. Cosmo in the current metagame is an anti-tech card. It's not a tech card, it's a card that stops Shang-Chi from working.
Victory.
It's crazy how many games in Infinite are less sweaty. Yep. Like I've talked about, when they make it so Infinite players only play against other Infinite players next patch, it's gonna be harder for people to climb the ladder. Because Infinite players regularly inject extra cubes into the system because they're ready to spew. Because they just don't care. I give, and they just take and they take, chat. Beating the green guy is very satisfying. Thank you, Skillmonger. All right, let's play some more Kitty Pryde, huh? So where was it? I got Sarah. That one. I'll have an updated tier list, including Kitty Pryde, on Friday. I'll have an updated Series 4 or 5 tier list. Does Beast give Kitty her bonus? He does not. Oh my god, it even did the Killmonger in the right order. God bless you, Krakoa.
Oh, snap.
Do I have a favorite Marvel character? That's certainly favorite card. As a socially awkward white dude, I believe I am legally obligated to answer Spider-Man to that question. Why did I do a Kitty Pryde video? I always post a deck highlight with a new card when the new card releases. The thing that I said that I was done doing was these are deck brew ideas before the card releases.
Victory.
What's going on, Zach? Good to have you around. Krakoa just giving me extra time to eat my sandwich. Yes, I typically still do. These are deck ideas for the season pass cards. Those tend to perform well because more people are interested in seeing them. So not only was the peak fine for us, but we drew Skillmonger to clear out Ebony Maw. Definitely a snap here. Did lose our Shang-Chi. I'm gonna be honest, AD Auto, I play so many decks, I don't remember what the list you're referring to actually is. Now, we have a little bit like mini Bast action on the Mysterio here. These will all be 2 power, which is fun. You could maybe wait later to Killmonger. Now, there's something appealing about playing on curve there. Just in here. Need a Shang-Chi to keep up with that.
Escaped.
Hood and Carnage over Scarlet and Arrow. Oh, that's a small change. I think those changes are fine. I definitely would play Scarlet Witch on this feature location day. And in general, I could take or leave Scarlet Witch. I'm not really expecting Hitmonkey to be super playable on release. Kind of expecting it to be bad. I guess I should have played this out. I was hoping to drop Bishop. I guess I should have played this out because I can't Sarah into the Dark Dimension, which is sad.
Systems go.
Ooh, them having a Sinister London could get us here. I'm murdering these two here. I'm also getting rid of their hood here, though. Where do I want to put Kitty and where do I want to put Killmonger Angela? Killmonger Angela is 7. This is 12. much power do you think Rhino needs to contend with Storm and Scarlet Witch? Maybe 4. At least 4. It might be as high as 5, but 4 is where I would start. The opponent's deck is... I've played a lot of the opponent's deck. It's pretty close to 0% against Killmonger. Very, very polarized gameplay experience. Oh, that worked out. If they have Killmonger this turn, we get into trouble because we have priority. Kitty will take an L. Harsh but fair. Oh, Wanda. Oh, Wanda. They have priority, which sucks. Yeah, I don't think we put Kitty into play. I think it's this. Sorry, we have priority, is what I meant. So we can't, they can kill our stuff, is what I meant to articulate. Arrow into bridge. Nah, I'm already putting the Mysterio into the bridge. I don't think I need to arrow there. Both of these being 8. Real slick there.
Victory.
I could say that I counted the bishop and knew that it was gonna be 8 there, but I don't feel like I should lie to you people. Lying is wrong. So, I want to have a little rambly aside here. Because in my video talking about Howard the Duck, I talked about how Howard was the first card in Marvel Snap that has an ability that you activate by touching the card. And I thought I was literally going insane because I had tons of commenters telling me that Uetu here is actually the first card to have an ability that you touch on. But that's not true, right? Like, I'm not clicking on this card to activate the ability. I click on these to look at them, but But this is not a card that I tap on to activate its thing. Why would you play Sarah into this feature location? It's very bad if you don't draw Scarlet Witch. Have you considered drawing Scarlet Witch? It is a strong line that I would recommend. Oh God. Well, can I beat Destroyer? I think so, right? I think this beats Destroyer. I'm adding 3 here up to 9, and then I'm adding 2 more up to 11. And then over here, I'm at 9, 13, 21. I guess we lose if they have like a Venom, but I think Destroyer is most likely. Yeah. Venom would have beaten us because we would have lost center and right. That was a Triskelion Destroyer. That's funny. Actually calculated. Hey, congrats on Infinite, Larsher. Glad to hear the Doom control and the move deck got you there. And if you're someone sitting at home saying, Dr. Doom control, move deck got them to Infinite, what are those? I post a deck highlight 7 days a week at the Hoaglandia Snap YouTube channel. And both of those have been featured in the last week there. A lot of great deck ideas every single day. Personal Matthew, thanks for the 5 months. The range of decks we're playing today on stream, a little bit more narrow because of the feature location, but usually we play, you know, 5, 6, 7 different decks over the course of the stream. And the best of the best end up getting highlighted. Hey, what's going on, pumpkins? Tempo Enchantress. A world where this wins center and right. I don't know if we're living in it. Let's find out. And give up on the left here. If I get a loose, I didn't put the Real Mysterio middle. We're gonna be at 210. The Killmonger gives us +2 there. Yeah, we'd have won the break with that, no? We'd have tied the middle with the real Mysterio, but we'd have been down on the breaker. We lost regardless. Yeah, someone asked a second ago, what deck would I play that I liked for climbing right now? I don't really have an answer to that. Probably something with Kitty Pryde. I think the bounce deck is worse after the balance changes. That was my go-to, and they nerfed the other deck I liked climbing with. The deck that I used for over 100 cubes to infinite this season, they nerfed into the ground when they nerfed Quinjet. It's just really not playable anymore. The Kitty Moon Girl deck that I highlighted this morning on the YouTube channel might be an okay pick. Could see that maybe being fine. Yeah, Hawk Dino's a good deck. I just don't really enjoy that one. What if you don't own every card? Why do you need to own every card? Deck of Marvel Snap cards is only 12 cards. I think based purely on power level, my recommendation for... Marvel Snap decks on Series 3 only would be the Doomwave deck. We could just be getting Galactus tier. I don't have priorities, so we're gonna die to that. Honestly, the fact that they played Yondu meant I should have split Lizard and Kitty to different locations so I could play for priority to have Arrow to play around Galactus. You think a deck with Hitmonkey and Kitty will be strong? I am mostly expecting... Oh, wow! We get punished for pulling Kitty back early. We don't get to use the bugged interaction now. That's sad. Oh, it's Krakoa anyways. Yeah, alright. Do you like any Debris beast decks? No, I think there's a lot of Killmonger in the format right now, which makes Debris pretty shitty. The Clutter / Have Some Crap decks also got worse as a result of the balance patch. Because there's more Killmonger and they're bad into Shuri. I think the clutter decks are a ton of fun. And again, chat, something people seem to like to take things personally a lot of the time. When I tell you I don't think a deck is playable, what you should interpret that to mean is if I'm looking to be competitively optimal, that wouldn't be a deck I would recommend. That should be the interpretation on your part when I say I don't think a deck is playable. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. It doesn't mean you can't win games with it. It doesn't mean you can't climb with it. It simply means if my primary goal is climbing, it wouldn't be something I would be playing. Bast or Darkhawk for a Sarah negative player? I mean, Bast is much better than Darkhawk in negative, not close. Big shit, man. Thanks for the prime, appreciate it. What did I say about Hitmonkey and Kitty? Oh, I'm fully expecting there to be just an absolute metric ton of people playing spoiler when Hitmonkey releases, and I'm not really expecting Hitmonkey to be super competitive for a week or two, because I think there's going to be a ton of Sandman and Leech, just like making Leech Monkey or Hit Monkey player super sad. Space Ghost, thanks for the 5 months. I fully expect the latter to be like dual decks, Hit Monkey versus Sandman for the following days after the thing happens. Oh, I played this wrong, right? Nope, we're good. We're good. Okay, yeah. You see that beautiful bishop? Of course you can. Of course you can. You just bail out of here, right? And play hard for the other locations? Play a rock here to trigger the bishop? They have our Shang-Chi, do they? Is that true? The queen got it. Okay. I think we're dead then. Wait, do we win the left? It's gonna be a breaker? I think we win the breaker, right? Oh yeah, win the breaker. Thanks, Korg.
Victory.
Dedicate that dub to Korg. Kitty works really well with all my favorite locations, chat. Sinister London, Bar Sinister, and Clothing Vats are my top 3 for Marvel Snap locations, and she's great with all of them. Just lovely. This is a snap-on one if you wanna be aggro, chat. Kitty is queen of the lab. She pushes Shuri right on out. The location has made you take a break from Snap today. You are not alone, friend. You are not alone. I am exclusively only playing decks that have Scarlet Witch and Storm in them today. Think I want to get Angela going. I think we just Scarlet Witch and Kitty, and then next turn we'll Bishop and Kitty. Thanos is probably fine too, yeah. Just letting Agatha deal with the location. That's another approach for sure.
It's clobbering time.
I don't know if this actually wins the game, because they could force, they get Valked over here. You want a Shang left? Yeah, I don't know. Like, they're obviously a Patriot deck, right? I think I do this because it plays for all three. Because it kills all their stuff in the center. Is the bounce deck still good? The bounce deck is fine. It's worse than it was pre-patch, because the bounce deck had an alright Thanos matchup and a worse Shuri matchup, and those two decks traded places. If you like it, you can definitely still win games with it. I wouldn't play it into Krakoa. It's an awful Krakoa deck. Isn't Kitty overpowered? I don't know. I don't know that anybody has the answer to that question yet. And like, saying I don't want to be that guy and then saying a statement like that is kind of funny. It's kind of like saying, I'm not racist, but, and then saying something racist. Like, you know you're being that guy, but you're doing it anyways.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Time's up.
Oh no! Wanda! Damn it, Pryde! This is why we can't have nice things. Are you behind on your payments to Pryde? I should really check on that. Make sure the PayPal's still going through and all that jazz. Not our greatest Project Pegasus, Klats. Not our greatest Project Pegasus. Could be better.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Right on time, Sarah. Welcome to the party. Good to have you join the rest of the class. Ladies are late today.
Opponent snapped.
And we're out of there.
Escaped.
All right. At the risk of upsetting some people in chat and letting you know that I'm a little bit un-American, it's almost time for an ad roll, so we're gonna do that. I need to go put the rest of my sandwich in the fridge because I didn't eat the whole thing. I know it's very un-American of me. I didn't finish the entire meal. I'll see you in 2 minutes. Subs as well. BRB. Welcome back, you monster. Listen, chat, I'm just trying to get by in this cold, hard world just like everybody else. Kitty Pryde's only a 6'10", right? At face value. And then obviously her overall strength is related to the fact that she's flexibility, has flexibility and combos with other things like Sinister London, right? We tried Kitty Pryde with Bast yet. I forget if we did that yesterday or not. I have a number of Kitty Pryde decks with Bast in my deck editor. I don't recall if we played them or not. Ooh, that Nova is wonderful. You do relax on the healthy stuff. What's going on? To be fair, the standing while we game isn't so much just me being healthy, so much as that I'm over 30 and have back problems. Go mid! Nailed it. I think I'm supposed to do this, so I have 4 kitties for next turn, right? And actually, I don't want to Killmonger. I don't want to Killmonger to double up, because I want my kitties to double. And we should obviously be snapping here before the Killmonger happened. Oh my god, I just played it into Cosmo. Holy fuck, chat. Holy fuck. Mistakes have been made. Alright, well that's a shame retreat. I changed my line in the middle of the turn, right? I started the Killmonger here, and then I was like, oh, I don't want my Killmonger on Sinister, so I moved it, and I didn't think about, I thought about this initially, but then I changed it, it was just a mess. The sad part is we won't have Kitty Prydes everywhere. We could have had Kitty Prydes everywhere. First, you don't, why? I don't know why anybody's even here. First, I don't finish the sandwich. Now we've played Killmonger into the Cosmo path. There's basically no redeeming qualities about this stream. Alright, so when I'm playing a Shang-Chi deck into Gamma Lab, generally speaking, I only ever put one thing into here, because I only need one Hulk if I'm going to kill their Hulks. I think Kitty is the best Series 5 card currently. I think the card's been out for almost 24 hours and no one knows the answer to that question. Got a little diffed on the Sakaar. Teensiest amount. Well, I'm actually gonna put this here. Because if we're planning to draw Shang-Chi for over here. Are you willing to agree to my hyperbole? Firm, maybe. And 4 to draw Shang-Chizerson. Yes, the other question is, does drawing Shang-Chi to win the left do enough for me? I still have to win the right? Oh, that Killmonger does that. Alright, well, Enchantress definitely wins the right. I don't think this wins the middle, though, right? I'm +4 in the middle right now, meaning I'm at 4, and then I go 4 more from Nova, meaning we're at 8, so we're still well under their 11.
Escaped.
Play some more Cerebro too. That was fun earlier, and it's been a hot second since we played this deck. This is one of my old favorites. We're gonna do tomorrow's probably gonna be mostly Kitty Pryde decks. I've got like 5 or 6 things I want to try with her. I'm just like not playing into Krakoa.
This land is always changing.
Well, I mean, it's a good looking Storm variant. It's a trick statement, chat. There's no bad looking Storm variants. Pixel Storm confirmed great. I think the Pixel Storm is probably one of, if not the best Pixel variant. This is my Nightcrawler, and yes, it's beautiful. Alright, this game can't be saved. We're going to the next one.
Escaped.
You ever tried the Cerebro Challenge? I'm glad other people find joy in doing something like the Cerebro Challenge, but it seems pretty arbitrary how quickly you're able to do something like that, and incredibly high variance, and not particularly interesting in terms of being a deck building challenge, so doesn't really do it for me. Yeah, T, had a great Kitty Pryde showing this morning. The best inked cards do have a little bit of color in them. The contrast between the border effect and the title against the inked artwork, I think, is one of the best parts about the inked cards. Very good, stark contrast. Looks more like a Lannister contrast to me. Do all the variants have inked versions? Yeah, so the inked cards technically aren't a variant. They are a type of split. Meaning as you continue to level your things up to infinite borders, they get different cosmetics, like the rainbow backgrounds. Little stun, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. Is the first split always a rainbow background? It is, Duthouse. Yeah, what if 2 different rainbow backgrounds? Hey, JC Clean, thanks for the Prime. Do you like the location design for Krakoa? Yeah, I think it's fine. I think in general, it's hard for me to be too upset with locations like Krakoa that I can choose to remove with things like Storm or Scarlet Witch. The original data mine for Krakoa was that it was going to control the game on turn 6, and I think that would have been bad. Turn 5, at least you have some option to recover from it afterwards. This game seems to have way more negative than positive locations. How about instead of saying this game seems to have, you go look at the list of locations and you count them? Because this is something you can objectively know the answer to, rather than substituting the feelings that your lizard brain are feeling. I feel like I have to quantify when I say lizard brain. So, a lot of people hear lizard brain and they view it as an insult. Lizard brain refers to an evolutionary thing that all human beings experience, where human beings explicitly remember negative experiences more vividly than they remember positive or neutral experiences. And the reason for this is, if you remember the time that someone in your group ate a piece of fruit or a berry outside and died from it, you're less likely to do that same thing again. It's an evolutionary thing that it's a negativity bias is one word for it, sure, yeah. But that's a very human thing. It's an animalistic thing. Is that negative experiences are remembered more vividly than positive and neutral ones. And it's something where, especially when you're able to look at something from a number standpoint, rather than saying, I feel, your feelings are almost assuredly wrong because they're biased in what you're remembering. And it's not a you problem, it's just a human problem. Something when it comes to talking about biases that I often hear people say is that, well, how do you find unbiased information or data? And the truth is, unbiased information and data doesn't exist. Everything has biases in it for different reasons. The key to making good, informed choices is understanding the biases that those things have and then adjusting your expectations appropriately for the biases that you expect them to have. You're not gonna find a lack of bias, but you can, however, make good decisions within what you know. Unfortunately, data is usually gathered by humans. That's a good way to put it. Unfortunately, data is usually gathered by humans. If they Patriot Mystique, they go +8 in the middle. They go +4 on the right, but then I win right and left. I feel like there's worlds where this wins the game. That's true too, Dr. Who.
Victory.
Just because it's collected by machines doesn't make it unbiased either. Working our way back up to our next storm split. We need to try again here. Trying to get the perfect split on one of my favorite artworks in the game. We had a gold background on her, but I wasn't happy with the border effect, so we decided to roll again. Our golden goose is so pretty. Who's a pretty kitty? Yes, you are.
Wind, aid my hand.
Aid my hand. Now, the scary thing about Storm into their deck is they're likely a Dracula deck. That being said, because I have Nightcrawler and Cerebro, I get to like add some more stats here without really over-committing too much. If I play these out and they end up Draculaing here on the left, which is likely, I can just bail the Nightcrawler out after the fact. Yeah. Alright, do we Mystique then? So I'm gonna Mystique. And then do I Mr. Sinister? If so, where? I feel like I do this, and this leaves me the flexibility to Blue Marvel or not next turn. They're snapping me. I think we're in it to win it. Here too. Good snap from the opponent. Getting us committed before we get to see what they're doing. God, that Morbius is fucking huge. So they have 2 Swarms, an Apocalypse, and a Chavez. Yeah, if they swarm in Chavez onto Wakanda, they go plus 15 to 23 there. We just can't touch them, right? Yeah, I think there's just too many permutations of this that we lose.
Escape.
Hey, Mr. Wicked, thanks for the tier 1, appreciate it. Afternoon. And the impression that C2 can't compete anymore. Why? Because we just lost to a B tier deck after we talked about how the Dracula, if they had it, was going to be good into our Storm Path that we set up? No, you just gotta wait it out, Mr. Salmonella. It sucks. Psylocke into Time Stone. Yep. There a leech in my future? Nah, not Galactus, right? They need another turn for that. They also just can't Galactus on 5 into the Avengers got boned. Yes, also the Thanos matchup is very bad with this deck. Obviously, we're currently playing against that.
Clear for takeoff.
But the Thanos deck being popular was a big part of why I put this down, despite it being a deck that I enjoyed a lot.
Wind, aid my hand.
You said Hitmonkey will probably be the worst season pass card date. I'd really encourage you to go back and rewatch whatever stream you think you heard me say Hitmonkey will be the worst season pass card to date. Something I have said a number of times is I think that Hitmonkey is going to be hard countered by many players on release day, which is true. I think that's going to happen. But worst season pass card to date? No, there's Nick Fury in there. There's Nimrod in there.
Escape.
I expect Hitmonkey to be a reasonable playable card long term, but I also expect it to be dual decks Hitmonkey versus hard counters to Hitmonkey for the first few days on the ladder after the season rolls over. Goose and Quantum Realm, didn't we have a shot there? Now we're dead to Reality Stone. That's why that matchup's impossible. Is it silly to play so stat more conservatively leads you closer to infinite? I mean, you should always play better if your goal is to climb. Monkey seems like the type of card that people need to figure out. I mean, I don't know that there's really a whole lot to figure out there, right? Like, the things it's good with are relatively straightforward. Like, sure, gotta massage the details as always, but... El Shimi. That's... All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day a little bit early today. I don't really have another Storm or Scarlet Witch deck that I'm really interested or excited to play. Let's showcase some of the Kitty Pryde decks I'm planning to play tomorrow. I got a bunch of really fun ideas that just like aren't playable today. So we did Sarah Kitty today. I want to try. I think like one of the things that sounds appealing to me with Kitty Pryde is like trying to bast it. We got a couple of iterations that could be good with Bass, some Viper piles, some Valk piles. I want to try Kitty Pryde with Titania some more as a way to kind of gum up the works on the opponent's side. Daredevil with Spider-Man Gamora with Kitty Pryde sounds good. I got a Dark Dino list that I've played. I haven't posted a highlight with it. We played it on stream a couple of times, but it never got through my backlog. Oh, and I want to try it in a Destroy package with the Hawk deck too. So there's a lot of these things look fun and sweet, but they're just not. I don't really want to fit Storm or Scarlet Witch into them, so they're not really going to be playable today. So, at any rate, appreciate everybody hanging out. If you want to see a Kitty Pryde highlight from yesterday, that's up on my YouTube channel this morning. Appreciate everybody that gives out a like and a little bit of watch time. As always, gonna find somebody to raid on the way out the door here. TLSG is live. I'm gonna send you out over his way, and I'll catch you around.